Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. My name's Thomas, and I'm your host. Thank you so much for listening. Tonight, we're bringing you something a bit different. We have a compilation of 5 fairy tales, all of which I have narrated. We start off with the Sleeping Castle, followed by the Magical Dream World, Enchantment of the Swans, the Glass Mountain, and a 2-part story about a fairy forest. It's an extra long episode that will keep you company while you drift off and enjoy a good night's rest. Let's settle in and unwind, ready for our enchanting adventure this evening. Allow your body to settle into the coziness of your bed. Sense the stillness of the space around you, enjoying the peace and quiet of night. Whatever today was like, be it busy and full on, or maybe steady and leisurely, you can leave it behind now. Today's journey is at its end, so gently take your foot off the pedal of activity, allowing any racing thoughts to slow down and rest, and allowing any leftover energy in your body to also slow down and rest. You've done enough for today, and you needn't look ahead to tomorrow either. The only intention in this moment should be to enjoy the comfort of your bed, to relax your body and ease your mind. Feel free to drift off whenever the pull of sleep comes your way. There was once a leather worker who had 2 sons. The elder was named Ludwig, and the younger was named Johann. The boys had grown up assisting their father in his trade. They knew that the work was difficult, the hours were long, and the income was small. As they came of age, they both began to secretly wish they could spread their wings. They loved and respected their father, but they had dreams of their own and were curious to explore a different path in life. One day, their father was mending the shoe of a passing traveller. While the stranger was waiting, he entertained Johann and Ludwig with some stories from his journey, which sounded very grand and exciting. Neither of the boys had ever experienced life beyond the woods around their village. The traveller told many an eye-opening tale from the road, but there was one in particular that interested Ludwig. According to their guest, there was a distant castle very deep in the forest. where the entire court had been enchanted and fallen into a deep sleep. Rumour had it that at the centre of the castle was a beautiful sleeping princess, and many a wishful suitor had attempted to reach her, to no avail. In fact, no man who had ever entered the castle had been known to return. This was quite a pity for all of them, because it was widely believed that the princess and her future husband would inherit the castle and all its lands and riches, if only she and her court could be awakened. Ludwig was a clever boy who had a rather high opinion of himself, and he was looking for a way out of the family trade. This enchanted princess seemed like an opportunity too good to miss. When the traveller had paid for his mended shoe and retired to the inn for the night, Ludwig went to speak with his father and brother. He told them he would pack himself a bag of provisions and set out to find the enchanted castle the very next morning. Johann did not wish to be a leather craftsman either, but he tried to dissuade Ludwig from taking on this adventure. "Even if you are able to find the enchanted castle," he said to his brother, "what makes you think you can succeed in breaking this spell when so many before you have failed?" But Ludwig was not the type of boy to trouble himself with such limiting details. "You're just envious that I'll be having an adventure," he replied. Johann continued to speak sense to Ludwig, but the older boy could not be talked out of the trip. "If you must go," Johann finally said, "then I will come with you. After all, 2 heads are better than 1. Ludwig considered his younger brother to be naive and did not think he would be much help, but he shrugged indifferently. "Do as you please," he responded, "but do not think you will marry the princess instead of me." Then the 2 brothers went to bed, for they would need a good night's rest before leaving in the morning. When the sun rose, the 2 brothers each packed a bag with a loaf of bread, some cheese, and enough water to drink. Their father was a bit teary-eyed to bid his sons farewell, not knowing what they would encounter. He embraced them both, saying to Ludwig, "Take care of Johann. He is not as clever or brave as you are." With that, Ludwig and Johann left their father's cottage, walked to the edge of the village, and followed the path straight into the woods. By midday, when the sun was at its highest in the sky, Ludwig and Johann had gone farther from their village than they had ever been before. The path through the woods continued, but the foliage was increasingly dense as they plunged deeper into the heart of the forest. On the fringe of the woods where they had started, the birdsong had been abundant. But as they continued into the gloom, a heavy silence fell around them. Once in a while, they heard a rustle in the underbrush, or a frog singing in a stream, but they saw no other people. As the day wore on, they came upon a massive group of ants in the middle of the path. All of the ants were busily engaged in building and carrying tiny bits of food. Johann's instinct was to give the ants a wide berth and be on his way. Ludwig, however, nudged the anthill with his foot and disturbed it as he passed. "Why did you do that?" Johann said. "Why not?" Ludwig responded with a smirk. "They're just ants, and they probably bite." Ludwig kept walking as if nothing had happened, but Johann couldn't bear to leave the anthill so unsettled. He put down his bag and gingerly pushed the fallen part of the anthill back in place. To his relief, the ants did not bite him. "Sorry about that," Johann said quietly to the ants. Then he picked up his bag and ran to catch up with Ludwig. The two brothers walked onward through the darkening woods as the sun moved lower in the sky. They no longer knew where they were. The path always continued, winding through the oddly shaped boulders and over small, bubbling streams. Even their footsteps on the moss made no noise as they travelled. Finally, as twilight fell, the trees opened to a clearing, and they found themselves looking at a shining lake. In the light of the setting sun, Johann could see a small flock of ducks gathered a little way down the shore. Some were paddling happily, and others were sitting near the edge of the water. "What good luck," Ludwig said with delight. "We can steal eggs from the ducks for our dinner." Johann looked at him with dismay. "Why would you steal their eggs when you brought bread and cheese for yourself?" he asked his brother. Ludwig looked at him with disdain. "They can always lay more eggs," he scoffed. As Johann watched, Ludwig walked towards the ducks and scattered them, casting about to see if he could find their nests. Alas, he didn't unearth a single egg. In bad humour, he returned to a spot under a nearby tree and sullenly ate some of the food from his bag. Johann observed the ducks as they reconvened on the shore of the lake, smoothing their ruffled feathers. Cautiously, he approached them, and then he tore a piece from his loaf of bread and scattered the crumbs lightly in their direction. "I'm sorry about the disturbance," he called quietly to them. The ducks cautiously nibbled at the crumbs, and Johann retired under his own tree to eat the rest of his dinner and make himself comfortable for the night. In the morning, there was no sign of the ducks, and Ludwig did not bother to seek any eggs. The two brothers ate a few bites of food, drank from their water bottles, and picked up their bags once again. they followed the path around the edge of the lake and continued their journey through the heart of the forest. By noon, they were feeling tired and hot, and they stopped by the side of the path to rest and drink some water. After a moment, they both noticed a low hum coming from a nearby hollow in a tree. Investigating the source of the sound, they discovered a massive hive of honeybees inside. "What good luck," Ludwig said. "Just when we're beginning to get low on food, we've stumbled across a treasure trove of honey. Let's light a fire to smoke out the bees and find ourselves some lunch." But Johann felt bad about the idea of stealing honey from the bees. Furthermore, he knew he and Ludwig were likely to damage the hive in the process. He had to admit he was hungry, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Ludwig was frustrated by his brother's reluctance, so Johann placated him by offering him the rest of his food. "You can have my last pieces of bread and cheese," he said. "Just leave the bees alone." "You are a fool," the older brother said, taking the food from him. "If you insist on going hungry, I won't argue." With that, Ludwig walked away from the hive and enjoyed the last of Johann's food on a nearby rock. Johann lingered for a moment at the hive and whispered, "Enjoy your honey, Queen Bee." Then he found a spot under a nearby tree and managed with just water for lunch. The brothers walked on. They slept under trees, woke, and continued down the path the next day. They were now both completely out of provisions and had to fill their bellies with water they collected at streams and berries they were able to harvest from bushes along the path. Just when they thought they'd be spending a hungry night sleeping under the trees again, the path widened to a clearing, and a huge iron gate rose before them. Behind it, down a long, weed-choked walkway, was a stone castle. There was no sign of people anywhere. It seemed like the castle slept, just as the traveller had told them in his story. The massive old gate was partway open. Johann felt a bit nervous just forging ahead onto the castle grounds. But Ludwig had no such concerns. Glad to have reached his destination, the older brother strode confidently ahead. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, Johann followed, peering around him as the two moved towards the ancient-looking door at the front steps. When they reached the front of the castle, Ludwig tried the door handle and found it to be locked. There was a little window in the door, however, and the two brothers peered through the ironwork that covered it and squinted as their eyes adjusted to the gloom inside. They found themselves looking at a vast, empty empty entrance hall. Suits of armour stood in quiet vigilance, covered in dust and cobwebs. There was no sign of life. Undaunted, Ludwig took a step back and spied an enormous iron door knocker in the shape of a gargoyle. Without hesitating, he pulled on the heavy knocker and let it fall. Johann felt like they were disturbing the peace, but they both watched through the little window to see if anyone would come. Moments seemed like hours, but finally there was some movement at the back of the dark hall. From the depths of the castle, an old woman appeared, shuffling toward the door with no hurry. As she neared their little window, they both stepped back and stood straighter, preparing for her to open the door. Johann wondered briefly what they would say. Perhaps, "Hello, strange lady. We've come to break the spell on your castle." Or was it better to just pretend they were weary travellers seeking a meal? He had not given this part of the adventure any forethought. As it turned out, he needn't have worried about saying anything. The door creaked open slowly, and, as if they had been expected, without any expression of surprise, the old woman gestured that the brothers should enter the hall. They stepped into the cavernous interior and waited a bit uneasily as she swung the door shut behind them, extinguishing the light and their last chance of exit. Then the woman shuffled around them and walked back in the direction she had come, into the dark hallway between the wide, curving entryway staircases, and to the unknown reaches of the castle. Ludwig and Johann walked behind her, trying not to trip on the flagstones in the dark. Up ahead, they could see a closed door with an interior light illuminating its edges. When their host reached the door, she opened it. Inside, illuminated by cheerful firelight, was a very long table, richly laid with a delicious feast of cheese, meats, and other delicacies. There were just 2 seats at the table. Without any expression, the woman gestured that they should sit, and she left the room again. Johann was a bit nervous to immediately start eating magical food in an enchanted castle, but Ludwig did not appear bothered. He grinned broadly and set upon the feast with great gusto. Seeing that his brother wasn't suffering any ill effects from his dinner, Johann gave in to his hunger and took the other chair. They ate until they couldn't finish another bite, and then they sat back in their soft, upholstered chairs, enjoying the warmth of the crackling fire. Without realizing it, they both fell into a comfortable, dreamless sleep and stayed that way until morning. When they awakened, the fire was out, and everything that had been on the table was gone. They heard the door opening and turned to see the same old woman, lit from behind by the morning light from the distant entry hall. Without any greeting, she spoke. "In order to break the enchantment of this castle, you will have to pass 3 tests. I do not suggest you undertake these lightly, because nobody has passed even the first one. Many men have tried and failed. Those who do not succeed fall under the enchantment. They are all sleeping here in the castle now, and they won't awaken until the spell is broken." Hearing this, Johann felt concerned. After all, the odds of succeeding at this task did not seem good. And why should he be any more clever or lucky than the last man? Ludwig, however, had immense confidence in his own abilities. He stepped forward and arrogantly announced that he was ready to take on the first task. The old woman shrugged and motioned for Ludwig to follow her. She led him down some winding hallways, through the deserted castle kitchen, and then out a back door to what must once have been a thriving kitchen garden. Ludwig stood and surveyed the plot, now overgrown with vines, grass, and weeds. "There are 1,000 seeds scattered in this garden," the woman told him. "You have until nightfall to find every single one. Even if you find only 999 seeds, you will fail the task and fall under the enchantment." Then, without ceremony, the woman turned and went back inside the castle. Ludwig got to work. He tore aside vines and rooted through weedy patches. Here and there he found a seed and slipped it into his pocket. He did this without stopping for food, drink, or rest all day long. As the sun dropped low in the sky, he took stock of the seeds in his pocket and found he had less than 200. He tried to work faster as the light slipped away. He pulled up grass and grabbed in the dirt. However, it was to no avail. As the sun dropped below the horizon, Ludwig went back inside the castle, hoping to bargain with the old woman for a few more hours. But he didn't even get as far as the room where Johann awaited him. He fell deep asleep on a bench in the hall. Ludwig had failed the test. Meanwhile, Johann was alone in the room with the fireplace. He did not know what had happened to his brother, but the table set itself with a magical feast again at dinner time. A crackling fire materialized in the large stone fireplace and warmly illuminated a table full of meats, cheeses, and delicacies, just like it had the night before. Johann was very hungry, so he sat by himself and ate a generous dinner. Then, just like he'd done the night before, he succumbed to the warmth of the fire and the fullness of his belly. Allowing his worries to rest for the night, he slumbered peacefully again in his comfortable chair. In the morning, the old woman appeared in the door. "Your brother has failed the first task, and he is now deeply asleep," she told Johann. "Are you willing to attempt the task, or will you choose to leave the castle and save yourself?" In all honesty, Johann was quite afraid to attempt this test. However, he wasn't sure if he could live with himself if he abandoned his brother to eternal enchantment. It didn't take long for him to make this decision. "I will attempt the task," he responded. The old woman did not reveal whether she thought this was a wise choice or a foolish one. Instead, she turned and walked out of the room, clearly expecting Johann to follow her. When they reached the castle garden, she gave the same instructions she had spoken to Ludwig the day before. "Find all 1,000 seeds before nightfall," she said. "Otherwise, you will join your brother in perpetual dreams." Johann felt a sense of hopelessness as he surveyed the terribly overgrown garden. How could he possibly find 1,000 seeds there? For a time, he tugged at vines and pushed through the grasses, picking up seeds here and there. After an hour, however, he could easily see that this pace would never do, and he sat on the steps to the kitchen and put his head in his hands. He didn't know how long he sat that way, but after a while, he looked up to see some small movements out of the corner of his eye. As he watched, a few ants crawled up onto the step and deposited individual seeds at his side. With astonishment, he realized the line of ants was growing. They were crawling all over the garden and depositing the seeds in the growing hill next to him on the steps. Relief flooded him as he realized that he might not fail this task after all. Exactly 1,000 seeds were resting in his pile by the time twilight fell. He had rebuilt their anthill for them, and now they had made a special hill of precious seeds for him in return. thanks to his animal friends, he had passed the first test. That night, Johann feasted at the magical table with a mixture of happiness and concern. He was delighted to have succeeded at collecting the seeds, but he was also nervous about what the second task would be. He didn't have long to wait before he would find out. In the morning, the old woman reappeared and motioned for him to follow her. Again, they exited the house through the kitchen door. This time, they proceeded through the weedy kitchen garden and then followed a wide path around the side of the castle, where Johann saw a large lake. The lake had obviously been very pretty at one time. There were elegant benches here and there, with intricate trellises covering them. Roses now ran rampant, unchecked by pruning for a very long time. Bushes that had once been trimmed into fanciful shapes were now completely ragged and overgrown. A fountain in the middle of the lake lay silent, covered in moss. The lake itself was covered with lily pads and algae. The woman gestured at the water. Somewhere at the bottom of this lake, there is a key that will open the door to our sleeping princess. You have until nightfall to find that key, or else you will fail the test and fall into a deep sleep, like your brother and all the suitors before him. Without any further help or explanation, the woman turned and walked back toward the castle. Johann looked hopelessly at the lake. Knowing that the only option was to begin searching, he waded unsteadily ahead. Immediately, his shoes sank into the mud underneath the water, and the algae collected around his knees. Not only was it hard to walk, but he couldn't see anything in the murky depths of the lake. After a few minutes, he returned to dry land, pulling his mud-filled shoes with him. He sat hopelessly on a nearby bench, agonizing over his situation. As he desperately tried to think of a solution, some ducks flew into view. Circling the lake, they descended, swimming delicately among the lily pads and dunking their feathered heads beneath the water. Soon, an entire flock was there, splashing and swimming. The birds did this for hours, slowly making their way around the entire lake. Finally, as the sun drew lower in the sky, one of the ducks waddled up onto the shoreline and stepped delicately toward Johann, where he sat on the bench. In its bill was a golden key. Johann gratefully took the key from the duck and shed some tears of relief. Seeing that their work was done, the rest of the ducks rose from the water and flew off into the sunset. They had repaid their debt to the brother who had helped them a few days ago. Johann had passed the second test. Just like he had on the previous 2 nights, Johann ate well at the magical dinner table and slept in his chair. When the old woman appeared in the morning, however, he was very nervous. He felt he'd been lucky with the help he'd received for his first 2 tasks. He couldn't imagine how he would pass the 3rd one. This time, the woman did not lead him to the kitchen. Rather, she indicated that he should accompany her up one of the large, curving staircases to the highest reaches of the castle. He followed her echoing steps through a long, dusty corridor. Stopping in front of a cobweb-covered door at the end, she produced the key the ducks had found in the lake yesterday. She inserted the key in the lock and turned it, and the door groaned in protest as it was pushed open. Johann stepped into the doorway and surveyed the interior. The room was lit by very tall windows. Straight ahead, there was a large canopied bed draped in velvet. Dust motes drifted across the sunbeams that struggled through the dirty window glass. It looked as if nobody had been in this room for a long time. After a moment, Johann realized there were 3 lovely maidens lying in the large bed. All of them wore identical white night dresses. They were fast asleep. One of these sleeping maidens is the princess, the woman said. The other 2 are her ladies in waiting. On the day that they were enchanted, they each had a sweet after dinner. The 2 ladies in waiting each chose little candies made with white sugar. However, the princess preferred honey, and she ate a honey cake. To break the enchantment, you must wake the real princess with a kiss. If you choose the wrong girl, all will be lost, and you will join your brother and the rest of the castle in sleep. Johann was very concerned about this last test. How was he to know which of these identically attired maidens was royalty, or who had eaten honey cake? He stood in front of the bed and wondered how he would make his choice. As he pondered his fate, he became aware of a hum near his ear. Turning, he saw that it was a honeybee, and judging by her appearance, she was a special one. In fact, it was the queen bee who had entered the chamber and was now hovering over the maidens on the bed. Johann watched silently as the bee moved lightly from one girl to another, never landing but hovering briefly over each. After a few moments, the queen bee returned to the maiden at the far left of the bed. As Johann watched, the bee slowly circled over her head 3 times. He knew what this meant. That maiden had eaten honey cake. Her task accomplished, the queen bee flew once around the room and then disappeared through the open door. Johann approached the maiden on the left of the bed and gently kissed her on the cheek. As he stood up, waiting for something to happen, the sun seemed to fill the room, and birdsong drifted anew through the tall windows. As he watched, the princess fluttered her eyes once, twice, and opened them. As her vision focused on Johann, a puzzled look spread across her face, and she said, "Goodness, I've had the strangest dream." That day, the entire castle awakened. The people of the court didn't really remember what had happened or how long they'd been sleeping. All the failed suitors, of course, had one final memory of not finding 1,000 seeds, and they were rather ashamed about that. Still, the king ordered that the cobwebs be cleared, and the magical table produced a grand feast for everyone to attend that night. Everyone from the scullery maid to the king thanked Johann for his brave efforts, and he and the princess discussed their mutual love for cake. Most of the unsuccessful suitors left the castle that night, but Ludwig stayed to see his brother Johann and the princess happily married. After his humbling adventure, he was a changed man with a much smaller ego. As it happened, one of the ladies in waiting took a shine to him, and they were eventually betrothed as well. So it was that both Johann and Ludwig lived happily ever after in the castle. They sent for their father to come and live out his days with them in comfort, and they were all often seen scattering breadcrumbs for the ducks, protecting the beehives, and making way for ants crossing the path. Tonight, we find ourselves in the realm of dreams, known as the dream world. It's a magical place where all of our imaginings play out. Everything is much brighter and more whimsical than what we usually encounter in our ordinary day-to-day lives. This realm exists outside of the normal plane of existence. It's only accessible through our dreams. It's a place where our imaginations are given free rein, and all boundaries are lifted. Anything is possible. Not even the sky is the limit. The dream world may not be a tangible place, or one we can pinpoint on a map, but it is somewhere we visit every night. While tonight's adventure is likely different from other dreams you've had, that's normal for the dream world. It's a place that's ever-changing, always shifting, and moulding itself to what we and others need. Even things that don't exist in the natural world can come to life here in our dreams. The laws of the universe are suspended. Surreal experiences, like flying or having superpowers, happen during our nightly forays into this dreamscape. The dream world, like any magical place, has its fair share of fantastical creatures and qualities. We might encounter bunnies that fly, or trees that sing. It's where all our favourite things exist, whether or not they do in everyday life. With that, let's journey there now, to this place where anything and everything is possible, and see what we can find. As you enter the dream world, you find yourself on a dirt path, lined on both sides by glistening expanses of emerald green grass. Every blade of grass is decorated with tiny droplets of dew shining in the morning sun. A white picket fence extends along the dirt path. The brown terrain feels soft and comfortable under your feet. It makes a satisfying crunch as you step on the crumbling dirt. Together, the fence and the path guide you onwards into the dream world. Soon, you begin to see the full landscape taking shape. There are all kinds of trees here, standing like sentinels around you. Some are tall and spindly, while others have grand, thick trunks that are gnarled with age. There are dark brown trees, white trees, and even more in shades of lilac and rose. Their branches are decorated with vibrant leaves, and they droop with the weight of clusters of luscious orange and yellow fruit. There is a light breeze which carries with it the scent of orange blossoms and peaches so ripe and juicy you can almost taste them. Peeking over the horizon is the sun. Its warm rays tickle your cheeks. You close your eyes to savor its touch, lost in a reverie of complete bliss and calm. Then you feel a gentle change in the air. As soon as you open your eyes, you are met by the friendly gaze of a small, fluffy white dog standing on the path, shimmering in the light. She is one of the magical creatures who lives here, and she's come to welcome you to the dream world. You reach out and give her a scratch on the head. She wags her tail and then cocks her head to the side and lets out a gentle bark. You follow her gaze down the well-worn trail. It's as though she's giving you a nudge to go out and explore. You thank your new friend, who spins around once, before trotting off to join her friends, the other magical creatures who call this wondrous place home. Some of them soon come into view in the distance. There are dragons and birds that sparkle silver and gold, shining white unicorns and majestic winged horses. But they aren't the only surprise here in the dream world. Looking up, you realize there are not one, but two suns in the turquoise blue sky. You pause for a moment to take it all in. One sun has started making its descent below the horizon, while the other is now moving higher in the sky. The light from both suns casts everything in an ethereal glow. Every tree and every creature is suffused in gold. Horses in the fields toss back their manes. Kangaroos hop through the grass, and all kinds of furry animals take to the sky with glittery wings that reflect the light. Every sight is mesmerizing, and the scents are just as wonderful. You smell hints of jasmine, lavender, and other soothing fragrances you've never even encountered before. You also become aware of the sounds of birds chirping and animals skittering through the fields. Your senses are heightened, and you cannot get enough of the sights, smells, and sounds. It's a dream come true, and you wonder if you've stumbled upon paradise itself. You twirl around slowly, your arms outstretched, soaking everything in. All the colours of the rainbow are here. The bright yellow-orange orbs of the two suns illuminate the sky. Looking up, you notice that the sky itself is a cascade of varying shades of blue now, interspersed with gold. You notice even more pastel-coloured trees dotting the verdant land, along with wildflowers in pink, purple, and teal. All of a sudden, out of the corner of your eye, you become aware of a blur of white streaking past. Then the little dog appears by your side again. She's trotting happily, as though playfully encouraging you to continue on. You scratch her head, and she wags her tail with joy, before running off once more to join her friends. As you pass dazzling trees, you see curtains of teal and pale pink leaves drifting lazily down from their branches. Some catch the breeze to settle on your shirt. It's a shower of vibrant colour. Joyfully, you move towards the trees and smile as you catch one before it hits the ground. For a moment, you study it closely. It seems to shimmer with its own inner light. As you hold it up to the sky, you see its colour shift ever so slightly. The iridescent leaf flows between teal and pink as you slowly twirl it in your fingertips. You smile as it moves and changes, before letting it go and watching it drift down to join the other leaves blanketing the ground. Continuing on your way, you amble along until you reach a fork in the road. Here, you find an old wooden signpost. The left arrow points the way you've been walking, but the right points to a dark green forest, a land of many deeply shadowed trees. Gazing over the forest in the distance, you see that the sky has begun to change once again. Evening is approaching in this dreamy place, though you're sure it must still be morning somewhere else in this land. Looking up high above the treetops, you can make out numerous planets of various sizes and colours doing a celestial dance. And there are countless luminous stars twinkling overhead. You find that you can't come up with the words to describe such otherworldly beauty. All you can do is stare in awe at the contrast. With your finger, you trace the shapes of the silver stars in the sky. A blanket of peace settles upon the land. You can feel it deep within you. A shooting star falls from the heavens, and you immediately make a wish as it quickly fades into the horizon. Walking into the thick forest, the sweet scent of flowers greets you. Their fragrance is so perfectly delicate that it soothes the soul. The trees are castles of wood all around you, some wreathed in ivy, with their gnarled roots twisting along the forest floor. The smell of pine accentuates the distinct aroma of the earth. You feel instantly that this is a forest you want to know, all of its nooks and crannies. The stars shine in the sky like silver petals as the sun dips lower on the horizon. Meanwhile, the moon begins to peek through the branches of the tallest trees. The forest is like a painting come to life. Just as the final red-orange rays of the sun shine between the lowest parts of the tree trunks, moonlight sparkles through the canopy. Moonbeams shine on the back sides of the leaves, which shimmer like crystal. They create polka dot patterns on the ground. Each spot is a brushstroke of colour, a kaleidoscope of varying shades of green, blue, and silver. Your footsteps fall softly as you continue through the forest. You notice the crisp snap of twigs underneath your feet and the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. The forest is full of life. Somewhere in the distance is the hoot of an owl, followed by the barely audible croak of a frog. You hear the constant sound of a breeze and the gentle gurgling of a small creek. Lilting birdsong drifts down from the canopy. As you walk on, you're struck by the size and majesty of the timeless trees around you. They tower high into the night sky until they disappear. The atmosphere here is so calm and tranquil. Keen to take it all in, you continue on into the thicket of foliage. All of a sudden, the path is lit up by what seem to be glittering jewels. You wonder what could possibly be creating this magical glow. Then you see that the glow is coming from the rocks, twigs, and ground itself. It's as though everything here has an inner radiance that shines when the moon comes out. The sun has now fully disappeared below the horizon. For some time now, the moon has been taking its place, climbing slowly into the indigo, star-dappled sky. Though night has fallen, birds continue to chirp, and the gentle breeze caresses your cheek. The foliage around you sways ever so slightly. Hints of campfire smoke tickle your nose. The smell is intoxicating. Being here reminds you of your favorite moments in nature. This place is cozy and welcoming, stunning and mesmerizing all at once. You're eager to see what lies ahead. the path becomes even more luminous, and you pause, transfixed by the ethereal glow of the light coming from all the objects around you. Now, every one of the trees and plants is outlined by a dazzling light. And when you look down, you gasp, seeing that you too are glowing from your fingers all the way down to your toes. You flex your hands and move them through the air, in awe of the shine that dances across your skin. Then, looking up, you see that mountains have magically risen beyond the trees and are now towering on either side of the nearby forest. It's as if they've grown out of the ground. They twinkle majestically in the pearly white sheen of the rising moon. The moonlight casts huge shadows onto the ground, where the glow of the plants, rocks, and dirt is even brighter. This place is pure magic, you realize. There are so many things that are familiar here, but that have been transformed into a more wondrous version of themselves. Walking further into the woods, you soon stumble upon a trail jutting off the path, slightly hidden from view. You don't even try to resist the urge to explore. You turn onto it, hoping it will lead you to new, fantastic sights. Feeling happy and tranquil, you start off down the moonlit trail, humming to yourself. The little white dog joins you one last time, wagging its tail as it trots by. It lets out a gentle bark in your direction. You wave good night to your new friend. As you continue on, the earthy scent of fresh soil, tinged with pine, fills the air. You inhale deeply. This place feels clean and rejuvenating, as though it's breathing life into you as you take calming breaths. Now that night has fallen, you can hear the patter of small paws and the quiet beating of wings. Somewhere in the distance, a mockingbird sings. The nocturnal creatures are coming out of their nests and dens. As you round a bend in the path, fireflies light up the way ahead. It's as though 1,000 tiny fairy lights are sparkling in the woods around you, twinkling on and off as you pass by. Your feet crunch the earth, and your heart tingles in anticipation for what you'll encounter next. Then you notice the distinct sound of rushing water somewhere close. You're unsure what is making the sound, but one thing is certain: you're eager to find out. you feel drawn to the water just as you were drawn to the dark forest and the firefly path. The sight that greets you next is surreal. It's a waterfall, just as luminous as everything else you've seen on this path. The water tumbles down in glassy sheets that shimmer in the delicate moonlight. In this moment, you feel like you're living in a fairy tale. You smile and soak in the incredible view. These moments will stay with you forever. Happy and carefree, you turn around once more, holding out your arms. You close your eyes, feeling at one with this magical dream world. Your sense of peace and calm is so deep, you start to feel tired. In this place, the pull of sleep is irresistible. As soon as the thought crosses your mind, you feel a little change in the air. When you open your eyes, you see a cozy bed has magically appeared in front of you, with plush pillows and warm blankets. You crawl in and make yourself comfortable. The bed feels absolutely wonderful after your dreamy adventure. Slowly, the rush of water and chorus of nightly sounds softly begins to fade. With a sigh, you close your eyes and let visions of the dream world drift through your mind. You imagine the moon and stars shining brightly. You see unicorns running through a grassy field with pastel leaves drifting from the trees all around. And you see the friendly face of a little white dog, encouraging you to go and explore. And then, before you know it, you fall into a deep and peaceful sleep. There once was a king and queen who had 7 children. The first 6 of them were all handsome, brave sons. The 7th, however, was a daughter. As the youngest of the children, and the only girl, she was doted upon by the family and loved by the people in the court. Her name was May, and she was as sweet as could be. Everyone who knew her said that her kindness and sunny disposition brightened even the gloomiest of days. All the king's subjects thought the royal family was splendid, and the king and queen and their children lived a happy and carefree life together at the palace. As the princes grew older, they became a bit tired of being confined within the tame boundaries of the castle garden, so their parents allowed them to begin exploring the woods from time to time. The brothers loved adventuring out onto the lightly worn paths that crisscrossed the forest, and would sometimes be gone for hours, returning happy and exhausted from their games. It was not at all unusual for them to spill rocks, sticks, and other treasures from their pockets afterwards, and many a royal outfit came home covered in mud. Their mother would frequently hand out a light scolding, but she was happy to see them enjoying the fresh air and appreciating nature. Their sister May was too young to wander in the woods with only her brothers to watch her. She was left behind to content herself with little games in the garden. But some days she felt it was a stroke of bad luck to be both the youngest and the only girl in the family. Her brothers seemed to have access to a whole world of fun that she was missing. One day, the princes headed out for one of their romps in the woods, and they came upon a path they'd never noticed before. The oldest boy only spotted it because he had ducked down to tie his shoe, and he spied it winding away into the underbrush. It didn't take much for him to convince his brothers to follow this mysterious byway, and they were soon pushing down the little-used trail, not minding if they lost a bit of their shirt on a branch along the way, or tripped on a root. They were hardy adventurers, and were all determined to find out where the trail would lead. In their pursuit of the mysterious path, the boys didn't notice how deeply they were traveling into the heart of the forest. As they continued on, they were unaware that the birdsong they normally heard in the sunnier places had receded, and that they were increasingly surrounded by a heavy gloom. Finally, they happened upon a clearing. In the center of the clearing was a moss-covered stone cottage with smoke coming from the chimney. There was a chicken coop nearby, and a large black crow regarded them curiously from a wooden stool near the front door. "Who do you think lives way out here?" one of the brothers said. "Maybe it's a woodcutter," another suggested. The boys scanned the clearing for signs of a large woodpile and found none. In the center of the garden, however, was the strangest thing. A pile of enormous white swan feathers, as if the person who lived there was in the process of collecting the stuffing for an eiderdown. As they stood admiring the size of them, an old woman opened the door and stepped out into the yard. "I don't like visitors," she said. "What is your business here?" Then, seeing that a few of them were about to pick up the feathers and examine them, her tone turned to one of caution. "Don't touch those. You will be sorry," she warned. Unfortunately, her warning was too late. As they stood, each of the 4 boys who were holding a feather felt a strange sensation. There was a moment where time seemed to stand still. Then, when they looked at each other, there were only 2 princes left in sight. Where the other 2 brothers had been, all that any of them could see was a flock of 4 white swans. Trying to make sense of what was going on, the last 2 boys grabbed feathers of their own. In moments, the transformation was complete. The old woman opened her mouth to speak again, looking a bit regretful. However, the brothers were in a state of confusion. Before she could say anything, they had flown off into the woods together, leaving only a few snowy white feathers in their wake. The princes did not return home to the palace that night, or the next, or the next. The king sent many search parties into the woods in an attempt to find out where his sons had gone. But the searches always came back empty-handed. After weeks of looking, everyone had to admit that the boys were gone without a trace. Their mother took to her bed in a deep melancholy, and the king could not be consoled. During all of this, their younger sister May was left entirely to her own devices. She wandered the halls of the palace and the paths of the garden restlessly, unsure of how to cheer up her parents or help to find her missing brothers. One day, months after the disappearance, May was sitting on a bench in the far reaches of the castle garden. She was supposed to be practicing her needlework, but the sun was warm on her shoulders and the flowers smelled intoxicating. She had dropped the tedious stitching on the bench where she sat and was lost in her thoughts, feeling increasingly drowsy. She felt a small movement next to her, and, lo and behold, opened her eyes to see a large black crow sitting at her side. It was observing her with a very intelligent gaze, and at its feet was a large ball of golden yarn. She caught her breath and didn't move, not wanting to startle the bird. The crow didn't seem nervous though, and merely hopped a few feet, looked at her one more time, and then spread its wings and flew into the forest. May turned and regarded the ball of yarn. Leaning over, she picked it up and turned it around in her hands. It was delightfully soft and sparkled ever so slightly in the light. As she turned the ball in her palms, it rolled lightly off of her fingertips. Unraveling quickly, the ball travelled away from her, down the well-tended garden path, and then disappeared in the direction of the forest. Not wanting to lose her new treasure, May picked up the end of the yarn and began to follow the string into the woods, rewinding it as she went. The ball kept rolling. It never got entirely out of her sight, but she seemed unable to catch it. Over tree roots, under logs, and between mossy boulders the yarn went. It didn't seem in a great hurry, but its pace also did not slow. On and on the yarn travelled, never reaching a resting spot. This went on for so long that before she knew it, May was deep into the gloom of the thickest part of the forest. If she had taken a moment to rest in her pursuit of the yarn, the princess would have realized she had left no trail behind her to mark her way home either. Finally, as the sun moved lower in the sky, the yarn ball rolled up and over a little wooden bridge that crossed a stream. May followed across the bridge and found herself in a snug hollow under towering old trees. In the middle of the clearing was a cottage. The yarn rolled up to the door of the house and finally stopped. May wrapped the remaining loose end around the yarn ball, put it in her pocket, and lightly knocked on the wooden door. When she heard nothing and nobody answered, she became bold and carefully pushed it open. "Hello," she said as she peered through the open door. Inside the one-room cottage were 6 beds and a table with 6 chairs. The remains of a fire were smouldering in the hearth. Although she knew she was intruding, May was suddenly so tired she decided to lie down briefly on one of the beds. She sank gratefully into the soft mattress, her head resting on the downy white pillow. The last remnants of the fire glowed warmly in the grate, and she could see through the window that the sun would be setting soon. She would just rest for a moment, she thought. Before she knew it, she was fast asleep. May was awakened by a fluttering sound outside the house, and she sat up on the bed. The sun had set, and it took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the gloom. Moving to the window, she was amazed to see 6 regal swans landing in the clearing. As each one gracefully touched the ground, his wings and white feathers disappeared, and there, instead of a bird, stood a young man. May realized immediately that she had found her missing brothers. Naturally, the boys were overjoyed to see their sister again. A new fire was built in the hearth, and the princes and the princess had a lively evening inside the house, so glad to once again be together. The boys told May what had happened to them that day many months ago in the old woman's garden, and how they had built this house in the forest to hide their predicament from their parents. They explained that with each sunrise, they transformed back into swans. They roamed the land during the day and returned at sunset to their house, where they spent the night in their human forms once again. "But brothers," she said, "surely there is a way that this spell can be broken." The boys looked at each other mournfully and hung their heads. The oldest prince explained. The old woman regretted that we stumbled upon her enchanted feathers. However, she says she cannot break the spell herself. May looked from one brother to the next. "Is there anyone who can reverse this spell?" she asked. The oldest continued. "A mother or a sister may, but the task is impossibly difficult." But May was determined to help her brothers out of this dilemma and bring them home to her parents. "Go on," she said. "Tell me what I must do." "You must sew a new shirt for each of us, using only thread and daisies," he explained. "Until the last shirt is finished, you can never speak or laugh, not even once. If you do, our chance of breaking the spell will be lost, and the enchantment will be permanent." May pondered what her brother had told her. This would be a difficult task indeed, and she feared she would not have the courage. Still, there was no alternative. She could not return to the castle and ask her mother to take on this impossible test. If the spell was to be broken, she would have to do it herself. The brothers agreed reluctantly, and it was decided that she would begin the task tomorrow. Fortunately, the daisies were in bloom. She would begin by collecting as many as she could. Her brothers made her a comfortable bed by the hearth, and she bid them good night, knowing this was the last word she would speak to them for quite some time. When May awakened in the morning, the sun was high in the sky, and her brothers had vanished. They had left her a plate with some brown bread and soft cheese, as well as a cup of coffee. She gladly ate her breakfast while she thought about what she needed to do. She knew from her many hours in the castle garden that daisies tended to prefer sunshine, and this was not a particularly bright spot in the forest. How would she search for some daisies without losing her way, she wondered. Then she had an idea. May took the ball of golden yarn to the doorstep and dropped it on the ground. Immediately, it rolled off into the woods, as if it knew where it must go. May followed after it, but this time she did not roll up the end of the yarn behind her, knowing that she needed to see the way home. The yarn bumped along over tree roots and under fallen logs. It rounded mossy boulders and skipped over streams. After a little while, she saw sunshine ahead. The yarn ball rolled to a stop in a field absolutely covered in wildflowers. May spent the rest of the morning gathering as many daisies as she could carry. When her arms could hold no more, she followed the length of the yarn back to the house in the woods, rolling the ball up as she went. By mid-afternoon, she was settled in the cozy cottage with a large pile of daisies covering the table. May realized that although she'd left her needlework behind in the castle garden, she still had her needles and thread in her dress pocket. How lucky was that? Grateful that she had paid at least some attention during her sewing lessons, May sat down at the table, and in the light from the window, she found a way to begin sewing daisies together. When her brothers returned that evening, they found her hard at work by the light of the fire. And so their new routine together began. Each morning, the brothers would transform into swans and fly away. If the weather was pretty, as it often was in the summer and early autumn, May would sit outside on the steps or in the branches of a nearby tree. Sewing in the dappled sunlight, she would work all day, never speaking, even to herself. The work was very slow and difficult, and weeks passed before the first shirt was even partially finished. Her eyes grew tired from threading the needle, and her fingers became rough from the flower stems. Still, she worked on. She sewed outside in fair weather, and inside by the fire if it rained. Sometimes the familiar black crow would appear and sit with her in companionable silence. She did get lonely, but her resolve did not waver. Her brothers tried to keep her spirits up by bringing food and drink and other pretty things to comfort her. One time, it was a lovely red hair ribbon. As the weather began to grow colder and autumn arrived, they gave her a pretty, soft wool cape to keep her warm. Eventually, the days grew short, which was wonderful for the brothers because they had more time after sunset in their human form. The boys all sat down around the fireplace, telling stories at night. May was careful to listen, but not join in. She was always mindful of her responsibility to uphold her vow of silence. As the winter wore on, May sewed by the firelight while the snow flew outside, burying the world in white. One shirt was nearing completion. She had only to finish the sleeve, and it would be done. The snow melted, and the crocuses appeared. The days got longer and brighter again. Finally, as summer dawned, she had one entire shirt made of daisies. It had taken almost 1 year to make the first shirt, and now May was completely out of flowers. Luckily, it was once again early summer, and the flowers had returned. She followed the yarn ball back to the field where she'd found the daisies the year before. As she had last time, she filled her arms with as many daisies as she could possibly carry, and then returned to the little house she shared with her brothers, pursuing the yarn trail the entire way. Beginning again, she sewed from morning to night. She sat outside in the sun or inside with a candle. The second shirt took shape slowly but surely. It was completed by the following June. By the time the third shirt had been finished, another year later, May had grown from a girl into a lovely young woman. Sometimes, while she sat threading her needle, she wondered if she'd ever remember how to speak or laugh again. Halfway through this test of her will, she was as determined as ever to break the enchantment on her brothers. She did, however, miss singing, laughing, telling stories, and having some company. She knew that, had she been at home, she'd be attending balls and meeting suitors. However, she did not feel that she was making the wrong choice. Saving her brothers was more important. She was sitting on the crook of her favorite tree one day, with the black crow keeping her company, when something unusual happened. A small group of riders emerged from the forest and stopped in the clearing where she was working. It had been years since she'd seen anyone other than her brothers, but luckily she remembered not to speak and just stared at these strangers, hoping they didn't mean any harm. The party consisted of 3 men and 2 ladies. All of them were richly dressed in velvet and rode beautiful, noble-looking horses. They seemed as taken aback to see May as she was to see them. Looking around the clearing, they concluded that she was alone, and the man on the finest-looking white horse spoke to her. "Excuse me, do you live here, miss?" he asked. May was able to nod, but she could say nothing else. "Are you here all by yourself?" he continued. "Surely you aren't surviving out here on your own." May could say nothing. The nobles discussed quietly among themselves, and finally, the man spoke to May again. "Come, fetch your things. We'll take you to the castle, where you will have company and safety in our care. I cannot be guilty of leaving a lady in distress." May was not in distress at all. She was not interested in coming with these lords and ladies to their castle. Unfortunately, she had no way to protest without speaking, and they seemed quite sure of their plan. Seeing that they were quite determined to rescue her, she reluctantly gathered the 3 finished shirts and her needle and thread, and she put the golden yarn ball in her pocket. She might need it to find her way back. The man who had spoken to May helped her up in front of him on his horse, and they rode away from the little house in the clearing. As the trees closed behind them and her view of the cottage disappeared, she felt concern. She knew her brothers would wonder where she had gone. It made her sad to think that they might assume she had given up in her quest to end their enchantment, but there was nothing she could do about it right now. She would find a way to finish the shirts and be reunited with them. After riding for some time, May and her new acquaintances came to a more sparsely wooded part of the forest, which eventually gave way to a view of an unfamiliar, walled city. A beautiful castle stood in the middle of it. May felt rather shy about seeing so many people after having spent all this time alone for the past 3 years. But she summoned her most royal sense of dignity and sat up straight on the horse. After all, she was a princess. When they reached the castle, some groomsmen came into the courtyard to help the riders down and take the horses. To her surprise, they referred to the man she'd been riding with as Your Highness. Unbeknownst to her, May had been riding with a king this entire time. She blushed at the realization, but she could not say anything. As she was helped down from the horse, she merely nodded to the king and to the groomsmen, clutching her shirts made of daisies and waiting to be told what to do. "We have come upon this lady alone in the forest and wish for her to be given rooms and garments appropriate for a courtier," the king told the servants. Looking at her a bit strangely, they nonetheless nodded their agreement and motioned for her to follow them into the castle. That night, May slept in a gorgeously soft, canopied bed that was draped in velvets and covered in a pillowy eiderdown. She had hung the 3 completed shirts with her own new dresses in the wardrobe and resolved to find out in the morning where she might get more daisies to begin the 4th. The courtiers were not sure what to make of this lovely and silent young woman the king had brought back from his excursion. Although they whispered about her in hushed tones and traded gossip about her origins, they all wanted to please the king, so they were not unkind to her. May's initial worries about finding more material for her shirts turned out to be unfounded. As it happened, the castle had an expansive flower garden, and nobody minded that May brought armfuls of daisies to her room as they grew in great abundance, along with other plants that flourished in the summer. It became commonplace for the lords and ladies to see May sewing her shirts on the veranda, in the parlour, or through the open door of her chamber. They all secretly thought she was quite strange, never uttering a word and working on this unusual project day and night. The king, however, found that he was slowly becoming enamoured of this silent and beautiful woman who demanded nothing of him and didn't try at all to flatter him or gain his favour. On the contrary, he was impressed by her dedication and perseverance. In short, he realised he had fallen in love with her. On the 1-year anniversary of May's arrival at the castle, the king got up the courage to ask her if she would marry him. Surely, he thought, if she truly felt something for him, she could break her silence and accept his proposal. He sought her out on the veranda, where she was beginning to sew the 5th shirt. Kneeling next to her, he said, "Dearest lady, you have not been able to tell me your name, but I have become enchanted by your beauty and your peaceful humility. Would you overcome your vow of silence and agree to be my wife?" May set her needle down sorrowfully and looked at the king without responding. In truth, she wanted more than anything to accept his offer, because she had come to love him as well. But she was not willing to give up her task with only 2 shirts left to complete. She said nothing. The king was dejected. He continued, "Perhaps you do not love me yet, but I will give you more time. I will ask you again in a year. Maybe then you will be ready to give me an answer." Another autumn and winter passed by. The 5th shirt was completed. When exactly a year had elapsed, the king came to her again while she was sewing on the veranda. Kneeling next to her, he repeated, "Dearest lady, another year has passed, and I still do not know your name. But I am head over heels in love with you. Would you now consider giving up your vow of silence and agreeing to be my wife?" It took everything she had in her for May not to respond. By waiting patiently for another year and asking again, the king had made her love him even more. Still, she was not finished with all 6 shirts. Freeing her brothers was more important to her than marrying the king. She felt it was her duty to maintain her silence. The king was very sad that she didn't respond again. He said, "I cannot admit defeat just yet. I will ask you to declare your love for me just once more in a year's time. If then you still cannot break your silence, I will assume you never want to marry me, and I will obey your wishes and return you to your solitary life in the forest." The last year of her task seemed like the hardest. As the seasons wore on, May tried to speed her process, knowing that she must finish the 6th shirt before the king came to ask her for her hand one final time. It felt, however, as if the enchantment slowed the work. Despite May having 5 years of practice with sewing the daisies, this shirt did not come together any faster than the first 5. As the summer season neared, she worked day and night. Finally, one glorious early summer day, she cut and knotted the final thread. All 6 of the shirts made of daisies were done. To break the enchantment, however, she would have to be reunited with her brothers, and they did not know where she was. Furthermore, she didn't even know how to get back to their house in the forest. How would she get the shirts to her brothers? Then the answer came to her. That night she rose when the moon was high in the sky, gathered the shirts in her arms, and went to a side door of the castle. Opening the door, she pulled the golden ball of yarn from her pocket and dropped it on the ground. Leaving the unravelled portion undisturbed behind her, May began to follow the magic fibre. It led her steadily through the castle gardens, down the streets of the town, and then outside the walled city and into the forest. The moon shone kindly on May, lighting her path. On foot, it took her many hours longer to cover the distance she'd travelled on horseback 3 years before. But by morning, May was overjoyed to see the little house in the clearing, looking just as she had left it. because it was after sunrise, her brothers were already gone. She knew that they would be in the form of swans until nightfall, so she sat down in the house to rest, taking some of the bread and cheese they had left behind. Then, feeling overwhelmed with tiredness, she laid the shirts on one of the beds and curled up on another. The soft pillow embraced her, and before she knew it, she was in a deep sleep. May awakened as the sun was dropping lower in the sky. Not wanting to miss the arrival of the swans, she gathered the shirts and went into the garden to wait. She had been there for only a few moments when, to her amazement, the king rode into the clearing. He had followed her long strand of golden yarn all the way from the castle. "Dear lady," he said as he dismounted from his horse, "I was so distressed to see you had left this morning, because I am resolved to ask you one more time if you can break your silence to accept my proposal of marriage." As the king stood there hopefully, he was distracted by the sound of wings entering the clearing. At that moment, 6 enormous swans appeared, alighting near May in the garden. May's eyes lit up at the sight of her brothers, and before even a moment had passed, she had thrown a shirt over the head of each of the swans. The king watched in astonishment as, in the warmth of the afternoon sunlight, the swans turned into 6 fully grown men. It was the first time they'd felt daylight on their human shoulders in more than 6 years, and they embraced May with happy tears. Seeing her task was finally complete, May turned to the king with a hopeful expression. Noticing a change in her, he understood that a great weight had somehow been lifted, and he knelt, hoping he would succeed in finally getting her answer. "Dear lady, will you now break your silence and consent to be my wife?" May gave him her most beautiful smile and finally spoke. "Yes, I will." After that triumphant day, the brothers were reunited with their parents, who were overjoyed at their return. The entire family attended May's long-awaited wedding to the king. Everyone lived very happily after that. May and her handsome king ruled their kingdom together, and it was always said that the queen was a lovely person who was patient, careful with her words, and very, very talented at needlework. Once upon a time, winter fell suddenly upon an entire kingdom and never turned to spring. The freeze lasted so long that children were born and raised to adulthood, and they had never experienced a thaw. They had never seen the trees burst into bloom. They had never felt the summer sun on their faces. Of course, these children didn't know any other kind of life. They listened to their parents and grandparents telling tales of the seasons, and they couldn't quite imagine it. The pastel colours they knew were not in the flowers, but in the evening sky. The only verdant shade they understood was the eternal colour of the evergreen tree. And of course, most of nature was simply white. As much as their elders tried to conjure visions of rolling, lush hills, sunny wildflowers, and crystal blue rivers, they could only imagine it. The question of why this eternal winter had begun was never truly answered. However, one thing was certain. At the same time that the winter had settled in, a formidable, icy mountain had appeared in the center of the kingdom. It was so slippery and unapproachable that it became known as the Glass Mountain. Rumor had it that the ominous peak was the work of a sorcerer who, after squabbling with a king, cursed the man and his daughter to be marooned atop it forever. Many a fireside tale had been told of men who had tried to scale the mountain, carrying a gift to win the hand of the stranded princess. Alas, it was nearly impossible to summit, and, according to the stories, was jealously guarded by an enormous, fearsome bird. Every suitor who had attempted the quest had failed, ending up back at the bottom of the slope. Even those who had the sense to use an axe or an ice pick as leverage eventually had to let go of their tool in order to battle the monstrous bird. To ascend the mountain and outlast the bird's advances seemed impossible. From brave knights to humble local farmers, it seemed that no one could conquer the glass obstacle and reach the princess. There was a very young man named Jamie who lived in the village by the foot of the mountain. He had grown up in the shadow of the enormous monument of ice, hearing the stories and seeing one hopeful adventurer after another meet with failure. Like all the others his age, he had never known any season but winter. Although he found stories of the summer intriguing, he didn't know why he should yearn for it. However, Jamie did love a challenge. He was a very clever boy. He had a great many chores to complete each day in order to help his parents make ends meet. However, in his free time, he enjoyed skating on the village pond, where he would make graceful circles, gazing up at the sparkling mountain. As he came of age, he dreamed of being the one man who could reach the princess and woo her. While there were certainly many nice girls in the village who would have gladly been his sweetheart, he wished to know what lay beyond his small hamlet. He did not want to live a life without experiencing adventure. Jamie thought and thought about how he might get to the top of that glistening peak, and he hatched a plan that was almost ridiculously simple. At dinner one night, sitting at the wooden table by his family's hearth, he told his parents what he was going to do. He planned to use his ice skates to anchor his feet while he scaled the mountain. That way, when the fabled giant bird appeared, he would have his hands free to ward it off. His mother was fretful, fearing Jamie would injure himself with this mad scheme. His father was equally skeptical. How could Jamie succeed where so many more worldly and experienced men had failed? Hoping to dissuade him, his parents pressed him with questions. How would he battle the large bird with his hands? What gift could he possibly take for the princess? Jamie had to admit that he didn't have the answers to those questions, but he could not be swayed. He was determined to attempt the climb the next day. Jamie's mother whispered her concerns to the neighbour. Then the neighbour, in hushed tones, told her daughter. The daughter told the boy across the street. The news travelled throughout the village like lightning. So it was that by the time Jamie had readied himself to approach the mountain, the entire town was out to watch the spectacle. Taking a rucksack with a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, he tied his skates together and draped them over his shoulder. Then, ignoring the stares of the villagers, he put his head down and walked resolutely towards the mysterious peak of ice. He would not be deterred by their doubts. As he trudged down the path that led to the bottom of the mountain, he breathed deeply, steadying himself. Ignoring the pack of curious neighbours who had followed behind him, he went over his plan. In short, it was simple. He would use his ice skates to scale the berg. When the bird came, he would somehow shelter himself with his hands or smack it away. Hopefully, his lack of a gift would not keep him from entering the castle and meeting the princess when he arrived. That was the entire strategy. He had prepared nothing else. The woods lay silently around him, glistening with an ever-present blanket of sparkling snow. As he walked, each step made a sound that seemed unusually loud in the stillness. Thud, crunch, thud, crunch, his boots said to the void. The rhythm calmed him, and he sank into a meditative state. And then he was there. Abruptly, a sheer wall of glistening ice rose steeply before him, without any visible handhold or foothold to be found. Jamie was aware the villagers were watching from the forest. He dropped his skates from his shoulders and removed his rucksack. Then, sitting on a large rock, he removed his boots, donning the skates in their place. He put his boots in his rucksack, for he imagined he'd need them when he reached the top. Then he turned and faced his greatest obstacle head on. Putting the rucksack securely on his back, he took a tentative step, lodging the pick of his skate blade into the ice. Then, stepping up, he placed the other skate blade slightly above it. The hill was steep, but the incline was just enough that he could lean forward, balancing himself on the slippery surface with his hands. Continuing slowly with one foot above the other, he began the climb. Jamie didn't allow himself to think about how much time was passing or how much energy he had left. Pick, step, hoist. Pick, step, hoist. He willed himself into the slow pattern of the ascent, looking neither right nor left, and certainly not up or down. The gaggle of villagers soon faded into the background of his consciousness. As his climbing continued, he became vaguely aware that he was moving out of the shadow at the bottom of the hill. He was reaching a height at which the chilly rays of the winter sun lit the ice in his path. And what a sight it was! Simultaneously translucent and impenetrable, the mountain seemed to contain infinite mirrors that reflected the light from outside. Unlike an ordinary mountain, this one glittered as if it had been made of faceted crystal. As he rose farther and farther upward, the sunshine the mountain was reflecting became almost blinding in its power. It refracted again and again inside the icy slope, casting its brilliant rays outward and into his line of vision. Rather than making the air feel warmer, however, the brilliance was accompanied by an increasing chill. In fact, Jamie felt that he had never been so cold. An icy breeze seemed to blow constantly around his head and shoulders, creating an incessant whistling that droned on in his ears. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Jamie's reverie was eventually broken by another sound. A distant bird call floated on top of the wind. First, it seemed far away, and then it began to feel closer. Turning his face upward, he tried to spot the source of the noise. He knew it must be the infamous bird he had been expecting. At first, all he could see was the dazzling sunlight. Then, from nowhere, a pair of unnaturally large wings blotted out the sun. This would have been a relief to him, except that he knew the bird was coming straight at him. And then it was upon him. In a flurry of wintry white feathers, the massive beast was beating its wings about his head. Digging his skates more securely into the mountain, he instinctively protected himself, ducking under his hands. He tried reaching out to swat the bird, but it already had him at a disadvantage. He knew if he didn't think of something soon, he would lose his balance and slide back down the mountain, like every other adventurer before him. Turning his face boldly upward, he spied the feet of the bird hovering above him. Without thinking, he flung both hands upwards and gripped its black legs tightly, one in each hand. The animal shrieked with indignation. Then it began to rise. It flapped its powerful wings, sending a light shower of frost scudding across the mountainside and over Jamie's face. Jamie hung on for dear life, and the bird began to fly upward, dislodging his skates from the ice. He was ascending, going up, 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 and then he was aloft. As if attempting to escape the tiresome burden at his feet, the white eagle threw all its energy into the flight, carrying Jamie far into the sky and lifting him upward to the top of the icy mountain. At first, his eyes were screwed tightly shut. After a few moments, however, he tentatively opened them and looked downward. To his amazement, the glistening ice sped by him. He was moving faster than he ever had before. To his side, he could see beyond the mountain and to the snowbound landscape below. Miniature houses, miniature trees, and tiny winding roads created a storybook world that seemed unreal. The view was a true marvel, but his skates were heavy, and Jamie began to feel that his arms would not be able to hold much longer. The bird had stopped ascending. In fact, they were now at the top of the mountain, speeding across a flat expanse of ice. But just when he knew he couldn't last another minute, he saw a single shining golden tree appear ahead of them. It was standing all alone in a world of frosty white, sending brilliant golden light in every direction. Alive with an appearance of warmth, its many small leaves seemed to subtly move, as if the trees were the only living thing around. Jamie wasn't sure this landing would be soft enough, but it was his only chance. As the bird swooped over the tree, he let go. He landed hard and was surrounded by a musical vibration that sounded like 1,000 chimes. It took a moment for him to recover his wits, but when he did, he cautiously sat up. Looking around him, he realized he was inside the largest bird's nest he had ever seen. As he took in the golden canopy around and above him, he saw that the center of the nest contained a massive, glittering egg. Brilliantly gold in the sun, the egg was big enough to fill his entire rucksack. Examining it further, he saw that it was rooted to the nest by a layer of ice and frost. It seemed to have been there for a long time. Crawling gingerly closer to the egg, Jamie ran his hand over it. Pushing it lightly, he saw that it was frozen in place. He would not be able to dislodge it without risking a fracture. However, he wanted this egg. It was the one thing he had found that might serve as a gift to the princess. Sitting back on his heels, he thought hard. Then he had an idea. He reached back into his rucksack and pulled his bottle of water from the warm place inside. Uncapping it, he slowly poured the lukewarm water over the egg. As he had hoped, it was just warm enough to melt the frost and ice on the egg. Slowly but surely, the icy coating contracted and disappeared, and the golden shell of the egg emerged. As soon as he felt he could move it, Jamie gently rocked his hand against his newfound treasure. With only slight resistance, it detached from its place in the nest and was free. Unfortunately, Jamie had not seen the last of the wintry white eagle. Crying with indignation, it returned to the tree, swooping down out of nowhere. Jamie could see that it was bent on keeping the egg from leaving the nest. Looking quickly around him, Jamie grabbed the only item he could think to use. As the eagle's feet descended once more towards his head. He pushed the loaf of bread from his rucksack into the bird's clutches. Thinking it had seized its prey, the bird squawked triumphantly and sailed away into the sky. Its cries receded into the distance. Jamie sat still for a moment, breathing a sigh of relief. When he was sure the eagle was gone, he turned back to the egg. Removing his boots from his rucksack, he gently nestled the egg inside, securely closing the flap. Then he removed his skates and put his boots on, once again draping the skates over his shoulder. Leaving his rucksack at his feet, he carefully stood up in the enormous nest, hoping to survey the top of the mountain. At first, all he saw was a vast expanse of shining whiteness. The frosty summit appeared barren, brilliantly reflecting the rays of the sun back from the ground in an unending vista of ice. Shielding his eyes with his hand, however, he thought he saw a bright twinkle in the distance. Holding his breath, he waited. Then he saw it flash again. Something else was out there. Whether or not it was the castle he sought, it was the only other object on top of the peak. He resolved to walk to it and find out more. With the precious egg resting heavily on his back, he slowly descended through the branches of the golden tree and shimmied down to the ground. Then, hoisting the rucksack up on his shoulders, he began to walk in the direction of the mysterious flash. Time lost all meaning to Jamie as he made his way across the frozen expanse. The frigid temperatures turned his nose and fingers numb, and his eyes were wearied by the unrelenting brightness. The sun did appear to be moving through the sky, lying lower on the horizon than it had during his morning ascent. He judged that it must be mid-afternoon, and he hoped very much that he would reach the flashing object before nightfall. There was no shelter for him otherwise. He made progress across the ice sheet without any further sightings of the white eagle. As he drew closer to his destination, the softening light of the late afternoon revealed a structure that appeared larger the closer he got. It was not long before he was quite sure that he had found the castle from the village stories. And what a palace of ice it was. As if sculpted directly from nature, its towers and turrets plunged skyward in a mass of glittering shapes. Impossibly tall and delicate, it was a fortress of light, reflecting all the colours in the sky. As sunset approached, it was a mirror of orange, pink, and gold. He reached the front of the castle and paused before the drawbridge, which had been frozen in place, lowered across the moat. The moat, too, was now a river of ice, snaking smoothly around the fortress. Carefully picking his way across the bridge, he paused before an enormous pair of doors, knowing he had reached the point in his quest where he had no idea what to do next. He did the only thing he could think of. He knocked. The knock echoed inside the glass castle, as if it was the first knock ever heard. He could detect the sound shuddering through the interior. It sounded both infinite and brittle. He waited for what seemed like an interminable amount of time. Then, slowly, the door began to open. Shivering with the effort, as if it had forgotten its purpose, the portal opened. At the bottom of this very tall door, pushing with all her might, was a young lady. She was wearing a plain white dress and a heavy cloak. Atop that, she had a fuzzy blue muffler and an extremely improbable, if practical, set of woolly earmuffs. Peering with amazement at Jamie, she opened her mouth as if to speak, and then seemed to think better of it. Then she took a deep breath and, very assertively, asked him who he was exactly. Jamie did not know what he had been expecting, but a direct interrogation by the princess was certainly not it. He haltingly answered that he was from the village down the mountain, and that, if she was amenable, he would like to rescue her. Having said it, he felt a little silly. The princess looked back at him dubiously. He became uncomfortably aware that he did not appear very heroic, carrying a pair of skates and a rucksack and nothing else. Then his face lit up and he said, "I brought you something special I found. May I bring it inside?" This obviously piqued her interest, and she nodded. Stepping aside with a guarded expression, she motioned to the interior hall. Jamie entered. It felt as cold inside as out. He could understand why the princess was partial to earmuffs. Before he could present her with his gift, she straightened up and introduced herself. "I'm Leona," she said. He made an awkward bow, offering his own name. She nodded graciously in return. "So then, Jamie, what have you brought me?" Jamie pulled the rucksack off his shoulder and opened the top of it, slowly drawing the glittering golden egg from its hiding place. Leona's eyes grew wide at the sight of it, and she gently took it from his hands. As she turned it this way and that in the dim light of the hall, he explained to her how he had come by it. Upon hearing the entire story, she said that she had seen the white eagle often flying around the mountain, and that she suspected it was the animal form of the sorcerer who had once cursed them. She related, sadly, that her father had long ago left the castle in search of the man, hoping to convince him to release them. Alas, he had never returned. And so she had been here, not knowing how much time passed, never aging all these years. Jamie expressed his regret for her unfortunate situation, but Leona appeared to be distracted by the egg in her hands. Shifting it from palm to palm, she said, "Jamie, the egg is getting warmer." As he watched, the egg began to look luminous, as if lit from within. The shell, which had been a static canvas of gold, appeared to be shifting and moving. Unsure of what to do, Leona set the egg in the center of the flagstones and stepped away from it. As they watched, the egg grew brighter, and the hall was suffused with a golden light. Leona pulled off her muffler, exclaiming that she felt rather warm. And Jamie realized he was feeling quite hot as well. Instinctively stepping back farther from the egg, they realized that the hall had begun to drip water all around them. The babble of running water began to fill their ears. It was melting. Without discussion, they pushed the doors of the castle open and rushed outside across the moat. Turning to look at the castle, they saw an incredible transformation taking place. The structure was melting from the center outward, and a bright light was shooting up into the twilight like a geyser of fire. With a low rumble, the center caved in, splashing water into the frozen moat. To their great amazement, a fiery orange and red bird soared upward and paused, flapping its wings over the remains of the ice castle. With each downward motion, it sent rivers of warm water outward, thawing everything inside the moat and flooding the area around it. Jamie could see that they had to get off the mountain as soon as possible. As the great phoenix swooped and called out over their heads, he decided to take a risk. Dropping his heavy skates on the ground, he told Leona to hold tight to him. She complied, linking her arms around his neck. Then, as the beautiful bird swooped close above their heads, he grabbed it by the feet, holding on as tightly as he had done to the frosty white eagle on the way up the mountain. Without protest, the bird carried them into the air. The fragile ice palace vanished behind them, and the ground melted away and caved in as the triumphant phoenix soared across the mountain top and plunged downward, heading straight for the village below. The slippery mountainside sped by, dripping rivulets of water downhill. The wind in their faces was powerful and filled with heat. They closed their eyes tightly, willing themselves simply not to let go. Then, in an instant, their feet were brushing the ground, and they released the bird, falling in a heap in the clearing at the foot of the mountain. The bird surged upward, a fantastic glowing orb in the night sky, and vanished into the distance with a cry. A shower of sparks dispersed in its wake, drifting to the ground like a meteor shower. Jamie and Leona lay in the wet snow, facing upward as they tried to catch their breath. Then, after a few incredulous moments, they turned their faces to each other and laughed. They had done it. Leona was free, and Jamie was home. The villagers had long ago given up on watching his climb and had gone home to their hearths and their warm dinners. Nobody was there to see him trudging homeward in the moonlight with an unfamiliar young lady on his arm. It was a great surprise to his parents, therefore, when their son made a miraculous reappearance on their doorstep. His mother was so beside herself that she spilled the stew. By the time everyone had awakened the next morning, the world had transformed. A warm, steady rain was showering the entire land, and the snow and ice had almost completely melted. It was a whole day before the water stopped coming, and the sun came out. When the first warm rays of spring were felt after so many years, the village rejoiced. As the weeks and months went on, children came to know the seasons. They finally understood the green colour of the grass and the many colourful shades of spring, summer, and autumn. Small, cheerful birds sang their happy melodies from every treetop. Prosperity returned to the village. And when Jamie asked Leona, the Winter Princess, to marry him, he was able to give her a beautiful bouquet of flowers in every colour of the rainbow. Deep in the heart of the woods, just behind a village, was a small kingdom brimming with fairies. These fluttering fairies lived in little houses that they built for themselves, using the things that the earth had given to them. Some lived in the hollowed out parts of tree trunks, while others patched together large, thick leaves to make homes. Other fairies burrowed holes in the ground, like little moles. They were protected by the trees that housed them and the earth that loved them. The fairies were Mother Nature's creatures. It was their job to protect the land in these woods. They had to heal and nourish the trees and feed the soil. In return, Mother Nature protected the fairies. She kept them hidden away from the prying eyes of the humans who lived nearby. People in the village near the woods had heard stories of the fairies and wanted glimpses of them. But the trees were a barrier between the village and the guardian fairies. Whenever a human came too close, the tree branches would often tickle the person's head or sway across the path, blocking the way. And sometimes the path itself would confuse people by moving entirely. These fairies had to remain hidden away so that they could do their work and live peacefully in their homes. But once every few years, someone slipped through the cracks. Most times, they didn't mean to. It was just luck, coincidence, or sometimes fate. An autumn afternoon, not so long ago, was one of those days. It was a day when the woods had decided to allow a guest to greet the fairies. The air was brewing something within its cool breeze, while the clouds were a misty grey. They did their best to hide the sun, but its beams still shone through the gaps. The brilliant rays made the dewdrops sparkle on the amber leaves in the woods. A girl was walking down a path illuminated by a single sunbeam. Her name was Evie, and she loved autumn. As she walked through the woods, she admired the world around her. She inhaled the scent of pine needles and damp leaves, and smiled as the earth crunched beneath her feet. It was sensory magic. That was how she'd describe it in a conversation with her mother before she left for her afternoon walk. There was something so magical about autumn. Everything about it delighted her senses, from the crunch of the leaves to the beautiful colours of the trees. She looked up at the canopy of leaves above her now. It looked as though the trees had been set on fire in a glow of burning colours. It didn't matter that the skies were grey today. The trees were still shining with all the magic and colour from the sun. Evie barely noticed which direction she was walking in. She couldn't help but look up and admire the beauty all around her. And the trees felt her adoration and love. They appreciated the warmth they could sense in her heart. So they let her continue walking, even though she was approaching the secret part of the woods. The tree branches didn't dare reach out and trip her up. They didn't tickle her neck or swipe her hat off her head. Instead, they allowed her to pass. As Evie looked up at the world around her, she barely glanced at the path she was walking on. She didn't notice that it had changed, and the path had suddenly veered off to the left. Neither did she notice that the earth had changed. The grass and the fallen leaves had disappeared. Evie continued walking until she realized that her feet were no longer crunching. Instead, she heard the tapping of her shoes against the stone. When she looked down, she noticed that the dirt trail nestled in the lush green grass had vanished. It had been replaced with a cobblestone walkway. The path was tightly lined with red maple trees and tall shrubs, so she had no option other than to turn back or to follow the path wherever it might lead. Evie looked back at where she'd come from, hoping to spot the dirt trail she had followed before. But behind her, she could only see green grass, fallen leaves, and tall, looming trees. The trail had disappeared. Evie stood still and wondered what to do next. She looked up at the clouds softly floating by and wished it was evening so that the North Star could make an appearance. If only there was something to guide her. For a moment, she thought about turning back and wandering through the woods until she could make sense of where she was. But something stopped her It was as though a firm finger was pointing back to the cobblestone path she stood on now. A voice inside seemed to be encouraging her to follow the path. Evie was filled with a sense of excitement. The thrill of something new thrummed in her heart. In that moment, the rest of the world faded away. All that was left was this cobblestone path before her, and the wonderful possibility of adventure. So Evie began to walk. She watched her boots step over the glistening stones. Each footstep was cautious and quiet, but somehow she wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt happy and curious. She was ready for whatever this little path was leading her to. But after just a few more steps, Evie came to a halt. She heard a distant scuttling from somewhere, like tiny little feet pattering on the stone. At first, she thought it was an animal, possibly a mouse or a squirrel. But then she heard quiet footsteps and realized it must be something else. Could it even be something magical? Of course, Evie didn't really believe in magic anymore. When she was little, she had once seen the garden gnome on her front lawn wink at her. On another occasion, she'd mistaken a dragonfly for a fairy. But that was when she was very young. After she turned 12, all thoughts of magic vanished. It was something that belonged in books, she decided. Evie had convinced herself that her magical experiences weren't real. But now, here in the woods, she found herself looking down at a tiny green person about the size of her finger. He had fluttering wings and was looking up at her curiously. Evie couldn't help but rub her eyes. It had to be a dream. She had travelled through these woods hundreds of times, and never before had she seen a cobblestone walkway, nor had she ever seen mythical creatures. It was all in her imagination. Shaking her head, Evie shut her eyes tightly. She hoped that when she reopened them, she would suddenly be back home in her bed. But she couldn't smell the scents of home, like the cinnamon candle her mother burned throughout autumn. Instead, Evie smelled the damp earth and the rich, musty scent of pine. She could feel the gentle breeze of the autumn wind, carrying with it the smells that surrounded her. And she knew that when she opened her eyes, she wouldn't be in bed. She would still be in the woods, Ever so slowly, Evie opened one eye. She was so surprised by what she saw that she took a step backwards and tripped on a stone. But just as she was falling, she felt something reach out and wrap itself around her waist. It caught her before she could hit the ground. Looking down, she saw what was wrapped around her. It was a long, sinewy branch that belonged to a red maple tree. Before she could react or say anything, the tree lifted her up so that she was steady on her feet. Then it slowly pulled its branch away from her. Evie blinked. Now it was just an ordinary tree with solid branches once more. "Thank you," she murmured, unsure what else to say to a tree that had just rescued her. The tree waved its branch as if to say, "No problem." Evie couldn't believe it. She felt as though she was Alice and had stumbled into Wonderland somehow. Rubbing her eyes, she slowly turned her attention back to the very thing that had surprised her before. Fluttering up in the air with beautiful, multicolored wings were several small people. They were no bigger than her hand. As they hovered, they inclined their heads towards her. They looked at Evie as though she were the strange thing. It was as if she were the mythical creature here. "Fairies," Evie whispered. She felt like she had to say something to break this unusual silence. That way, she would be sure she was really here. The fairies watched Evie with furrowed brows. No one had come into their little village for years now. They hadn't had company for some time. One of the fairies looked up at the surrounding trees and frowned. He seemed to be thinking, "You silly trees. How could you let a human through?" But the other fairies smiled in excited anticipation. They knew Evie shouldn't be there. She was a human after all. But they trusted the trees that protected them. If Evie had somehow managed to slip through their defenses, then she was either incredibly clever or incredibly kind and good. But judging from Evie's reaction, they soon understood that she had never planned on getting through to the guardian fairies. Something had led her here, to their little village, hidden away in the heart of the woods. Whatever the reason, they assumed that it was something good. So, with smiles on their little faces, they flew up towards Evie. their hands wrapped around her fingers and her clothes as they tugged at her. They were trying to coax her further down the cobblestone path. Evie allowed the fairies to tug her along. It felt surreal, having such little things pulling at her with all their might. She could have easily brushed them off, turned around, and tried to find her way back home. But instead, she walked along the path, guided by the fairies. She wasn't quite sure what else to do. If she turned back, she might get lost. Besides, she wasn't sure that she wanted to go back. Not so soon, anyway. She had just stumbled into a world of fairies and trees that could move. How could she possibly just walk home after seeing that? Especially as it seemed the fairies wanted her to stay. The further Evie walked, the clearer the end of the path became. She could now see 2 small willow trees that ended the wall of maples. Their soft, curved branches and vibrant green leaves acted as a curtain, protecting whatever lay behind it. For a moment, Evie hesitated. So far, she had found fairies and moving trees. What would she find beyond the curtain of leaves? Ogres, perhaps, or trolls, or wizards. She didn't have to wait long to find out. As if sensing her presence, the willow trees moved automatically. Their leaves pulled back to reveal something straight out of a fairy tale. Back in Evie's world, the season was autumn. She could taste the pumpkin spice in the air and relish the beauty of the golden leaves. But in here, past the willow trees, Evie could have sworn it was summer. As she walked, the air seemed to change. She could feel the heat spreading through her body. Suddenly, she regretted wearing the hat and scarf her grandmother had knitted for her. In front of her was a village, the smallest village Evie had ever seen. The entrance was illuminated by brilliant, glowing sunlight. The leaves of the willow tree tickled Evie's cheeks as she passed through. The fairies let go of her and fluttered down into the village and into the collection of homes that was spread out before them. Evie looked up at the blue sky and the white clouds that bobbed along it like fluffy boats. The sun was bright and inviting. Its rays wrapped around Evie, enveloping her in a warm hug. She had the sudden urge to peel off her autumn layers and lie on the ground, basking in the sun's warmth. Before her, she could see the cobbled path stretched onwards, creating a centre for a small town. Right in the middle was a tall building, or rather, it must have seemed tall for the fairies. Evie guessed that if she was standing next to the building, it would only reach her waist. The cream-coloured building seemed to be made out of stone. It stood tall and strong, as though it had been there for centuries. Evie was reminded of the houses that lined her street, which her mother would tell her about in detail. They had been built hundreds of years ago and still remained standing. Embedded in the middle of this building was a large clock. As she looked at it, Evie realized that it was almost tea time. She should have started heading back home quite a while ago. A group of fairies stood in front of the building with the clock. They were carrying things they seemed to have taken from the woods, like acorns and orange leaves. When Evie approached, they all turned and stared at her with open mouths. Some even dropped the things they were holding. Evie didn't want to walk too far into the tiny village, in case she stepped on something or someone. From where she was standing, she could see that on either side of the cobblestone pathway there were intricately made houses, created from natural materials. She couldn't help but marvel at one house, made from a collection of sturdy leaves and twigs. At first glance, she thought it resembled a very neat pile of leaves. But then, a little head poked through an opening, and Evie quickly saw it for what it was: a home. She was so busy admiring the sights before her that she almost missed the fairy that had sneaked up on her. It was now flying in front of her face. This fairy stood out from all the others. She wore a long yellow silk dress and had glowing brown hair that flowed down her body. Her wings were larger than the others and matched her yellow dress too. She had a pretty and delicate face. Evie couldn't help but smile as the fairy flew closer to her. "Hello," said the fairy, and Evie gaped. For some reason, she hadn't thought the fairies could talk. Perhaps it was because they had taken to tugging on her clothes instead of just asking her to follow them down the path. "Welcome to our home," said the fairy. "I suppose you're here for a reason. Or maybe the trees decided it was time for a visit." The fairy cocked her head at Evie, waiting for her to talk. But the words didn't come. The fairies around them were all watching this exchange, waiting for Evie to say something. And then she finally spoke. "I don't know how I got here. I'm so sorry to disturb you." Evie took a hesitant step backwards and glanced at the clock once more. "I really should head back now anyway," she added. "It's getting late." The fairy smiled kindly at Evie and nodded her head. Then she spoke. "If the trees deemed your visit necessary today, perhaps they will deem it necessary another day when there is more time." With that, two fairies fluttered towards Evie. They sparkled in the sunlight as though hovering in a cloud of fairy dust. Or perhaps it really was fairy dust, Evie thought. After a final glance at the magical village, she turned and followed the fairies back out. They led her in silence, which was just as well. Evie was still awestruck. She didn't think she had it in her to talk. By the time she had reached the dirt path, Evie was starting to feel aware of just how tired she was. She waved goodbye to the fairies and wandered home, her head completely in the clouds. The events of the day floated through her mind. She still couldn't believe that any of it was real. When her mother asked her how she'd spent the afternoon, Evie didn't know what to say. She wasn't even sure what she had done that day. She could only be sure that she had gone for a walk, and she had discovered a world so special she wanted to pinch herself each time she remembered it, to check she wasn't dreaming. After dinner, Evie had a warm, relaxing bath. It felt like she was washing away the forest, picking twigs and moss out of her hair. Then she put on her pajamas and got into bed. Outside her window, the sun had gone away and been replaced by a glistening full moon. As Evie put her head on the pillow, her tired brain finally made sense of everything she'd seen that day. Now she knew that fairies were in fact real, and she knew she would return to the woods as soon as possible. Evie turned off the light and closed her eyes. She was sure she would dream of moving trees and tiny, glittering people with beautiful wings. And after just a few deep breaths, she was fast asleep. Evie could feel herself slowly waking up. Bright rays of morning sunlight were streaming in through her bedroom window. The dazzling light was like a brilliant golden alarm clock. Evie turned slightly in her bed and let out a muffled yawn into her pillow. Then she sat up, wiped the sleep out of her eyes, and smoothed down her hair. She could hear her family starting the day downstairs. Sounds drifted to her room. The quiet hum of the coffee machine, her mother's laugh, and her father's deep voice. As she became aware of these sounds, Evie realized that her mind was fuzzy. Part of her was still living in the dreamscape she had been in minutes before. Just as she always did when she first awoke, she tried to remember her dreams. She wanted to relive those moments and recall the incredible things she had seen. Evie closed her eyes and remembered the feel of soft wings stroking her cheek and small hands guiding her. Then she remembered a clock tower that only reached her waist, and a village so small it resembled a child's plaything. Evie shook her head, smiling at her own imagination. She was about to lift her covers and get out of bed when she turned and glanced at the floor. There was her woolly hat covered in remnants from the trees in the woods. Green moss, twigs, and crumbled brown leaves lay embedded in the fabric. Slowly, she stretched towards it and reached out her hand. She grabbed her hat from the carpet and pulled it into her lap. At first, Evie simply stared at the hand-knitted, mustard-coloured hat. Then, as she looked closely at the stitching, she found the evidence of her adventure yesterday. The fabric was soft under her fingers. She stroked it gently, picking out the bits of leaves and dried moss that had become tangled with the yarn. And there, embedded deep in the wool, were infinite specks of shining, sparkling fairy dust. In her dreams, this was the very same hat she had worn on her head. She remembered how she'd wanted to take it off. It had been so warm there in the tiny village. The sun had been shining so brightly, just like it was now in her room. Evie turned and stared at the glowing sunshine, which continued to stream in through the slit in her curtains. Then she got out of bed and pulled the curtains open. Through the window, she could see her front garden and the little street next to it. There was her neighbour wearing an autumn jacket and scarf. The woman was being pulled out of her front door by her large, fluffy German Shepherd. And just beyond the houses, a short walk away, there were the woods. This was the place Evie retreated to when she felt nature was calling to her. They were the same woods she had walked through in her dream. And they were the woods that had led her to somewhere entirely different, guiding her along a cobbled path. As she gazed out of the window, Evie noticed that there was a slight breeze in the air. She watched as it led the fallen leaves into a dance floating along the road. It wasn't much of a wind at all, but rather a light caress of the earth. Then she looked towards the woods again and caught sight of movement in the trees. But it wasn't just a gentle breeze. It looked as though a strong gust of wind was blowing through the trees until the leaves rippled like waves. She could have sworn the trees themselves had somehow moved. But then she blinked, and it was as though nothing had ever happened. The woods were calm once more. Yet Evie was suddenly filled with excitement. She knew what she'd just seen. There was something magical about the woods, after all. Now she was sure her memories of the fairy village weren't just a dream. It had all happened. It was all real. She quickly got dressed and prepared to go outside and return to the woods. As Evie headed downstairs and into the kitchen, she realized that her father had just left. She could hear his car pulling out of the driveway. He'd probably gone to get food for their Sunday dinner. The smell of coffee filled the air. Evie breathed in deeply, inhaling the scent. She'd only had a sip of coffee once in her life, and she wasn't keen on its strong taste. But she still loved the smell of it in the mornings. Today, she could detect a hint of cocoa in the fragrance, a special autumn treat. As Evie stood in the kitchen, she wondered what adventures the day would bring. All the memories were coming back to her now. She remembered her walk through the woods and the feel of the tree branch wrapped tightly around her waist as it stopped her from falling. She recalled the faces of the fairies with their glittering smiles and delicate, iridescent wings. Her heart was filled with hope and excitement. She was sure today would be a busy day. So, after saying good morning to her mother, Evie got ready, filling her backpack with supplies. She flitted around her kitchen, collecting granola bars, fruit, and a bottle of water for the journey. Evie knew it might be hard to find the fairy's little nook, hidden away in the heart of the woods. But she would search all day if she had to. Once she filled her backpack, she was out of the door and walking briskly along the pavement. She could feel the gentle breeze she'd noticed from her window. It felt as though it had been patiently waiting to greet her all morning. The breeze gently nudged her along. She could feel it brushing her cheeks and tugging on the strands of hair that fell free beneath her hat. Evie nodded, answering the question she imagined the breeze was asking. Yes, she thought, I'm going to see the fairies today. As she walked towards the woods, the only sounds were her footsteps and the soft crunch as she took a bite of her apple. Sunday morning brought quiet and peace. Everybody seemed to be at home. On her way, Evie peered into the windows of a few houses. She caught glimpses of picture-perfect Sundays. Through kitchen windows, she saw families eating breakfast together, chatting and laughing as they sipped orange juice or coffee. In another window, she spotted a cozy scene. A couple was watching early morning TV together, blankets draped around their shoulders. Evie smiled at the view before her. Sunday seemed to give everyone a sense of calm. Up above, the world was just as peaceful. The light blue sky was cloudless, save for a few that floated slowly above her. And the sun was a dazzling beacon. It seemed to use its rays to beckon Evie towards the woods, pointing her in the direction of the fairies. The fairies, Evie whispered to herself between bites of her apple. They were real, and she was going to see them again. Moments later, she approached the woods. As she entered the fortress of trees, she inhaled one of her favorite smells. It had drizzled slightly this morning, and now the smell of the earth seemed to be 10 times stronger. The rain was nature's superpower. Just a drop of it brought the greenery alive. Not only did the woods smell stronger, but everything looked more vibrant as well. Raindrops glistened on the autumn leaves, and the bark of the trees seemed darker, richer, and somehow stronger. Yesterday, she had relished the atmosphere of the woods, but today, Evie felt as though she had almost become part of the woods, part of the spongy moss that covered the trees or the crimson leaves that fluttered gracefully to the ground. She felt tied to the damp earth that filled her senses as she moved deeper into the woods. Now she was walking on the same dirt path she had followed 100 times before, squelching through the mud. She could feel her boots sinking into the earth with each step. Thankfully, she had remembered to wear her wellies today. She wasn't sure she could retrace her steps and return to the world she had found yesterday. A small part of her expected that world to no longer exist. Perhaps the woods had done her a favour, showing her a glimpse of magic. But now it was over. Maybe that was all she'd ever be allowed to see. Still, Evie let hope and love guide her, just as they had yesterday. Her heart felt as bright and as splendid as the sun. As she walked, the minutes felt like hours, but she remained hopeful. Evie looked up at the bright colours of the trees, just as she had done the day before. She didn't look down once, not until she felt the change beneath her feet. Then she shifted her gaze from the canopy of leaves above her head to the ground. She was no longer on the dirt path, but rather a familiar cobblestone path. And right ahead, in the woodland clearing, was a crowd of beautiful fairies. Evie's face lit up. She had found them again. At the head of the group was the fairy Evie had spoken to yesterday. This was the one that Evie had dreamed about. Today, the fairy's hair was tied back in a long braid that snaked down her body. But her yellow dress remained the same. The dress looked as though it had been made out of a sunbeam. Evie couldn't help but gaze admiringly at it. Even though it was surrounded by the beautiful colours of the trees and the fairies, the yellow dress stood out. It shone bright and beautiful. And as the fairy flitted towards her, Evie noticed that the edges of her transparent wings were coloured in a shimmering gold that sparkled as she flew. Evie went to greet her, but paused when she realised that she didn't know what to call the fairy. They hadn't even exchanged names yet. Then the golden fairy spoke to Evie. "The trees allowed you to enter once more," she said. As the fairy came closer, Evie noticed that she seemed to bring the smell of summer with her. When the fairy fluttered her wings, Evie could smell the heat of July and warm sunsets in the air. As though reading her thoughts, the fairy smiled, looking at her with brilliant, piercing blue eyes. "Introductions are in order then," said the fairy. "I am Marigold, Queen of the Guardian Fairies." She stared at Evie expectantly, her eyebrows arched as she waited. Finally, Evie caught on. "Oh, my name is Evie," she said. "I am a human." Marigold cocked her head to one side and looked at Evie curiously. The fairies behind her did the same, waiting in anticipation. Humans and fairies had been kept separate for years. The fairies did their job, maintaining the natural world as best they could. Meanwhile, the humans went about their busy lives, none the wiser. Marigold remembered the few times humans had found out about them. These encounters had happened long ago, but she recalled that the humans had brought love, laughter, and happiness to their secluded world. Today, Marigold wasn't sure how Evie's visit would end, but as she peered into her face, she could tell that this human was good. Evie was shining, her eyes glittering with kindness. Marigold decided that Evie was safe. With her mind made up, the Queen of the Fairies nodded and smiled, then clapped her hands together. "We have lots to do today," she said to Evie. "You're welcome to help, if you would like." Then Marigold turned to the gaggle of open-mouthed fairies behind her and shooed them away back to work. All the fairies spun around and picked up leaves, twigs, baskets, and more. Then they continued with their work. Evie stood in the clearing, watching as the fairies flew from side to side. She wasn't entirely sure what to do with herself. In fact, she wasn't even sure what the fairies were doing. But she was mesmerized nonetheless. She stood there for a while, staring at them as they worked, until one of them fluttered towards her. This fairy had wide eyes, as blue and as deep as the ocean, and their wings were tinted a faint shade of teal. They glimmered in the sunlight. "Would you like to help me collect twigs for a home?" asked the fairy, their voice timid and soft. Evie nodded her head and followed the fairy to the other side of the clearing. Neither spoke as they went about collecting twigs and pretty leaves. Instead, Evie listened to the fluttering of wings behind her. the rustle of the leaves and the quiet pitter-patter of feet on the stones. She decided she would try to make sense of everything later. For now, she wanted to focus on her task and be as helpful as possible. So she did as the fairy asked. Once her hands were filled with all the twigs she could find, she turned to the fairy. They led her past the tall clock tower and the other fairies, going deeper into the little plot of land. Evie looked around in wonder at this magical world she had stumbled into once again. To her, it looked like a natural, happy town. It was the kind of place Evie would love to live in one day when she grew up. 2 squirrels bustled past her, pushing a wooden trolley filled with tired fairies. These fairies were carrying things that were too heavy to fly with, so the squirrels were giving them a lift home. As Evie walked on, she admired the fairies' handmade homes, which were beautifully created. There were also little open-air cafes, with chefs cooking over fires. On the tiny tables were delicate glass containers with fresh water. There was even a little shop made from clay with a sign in front advertising tea and coffee. Evie was astonished. How did fairies get their hands on coffee? At last, Evie reached the spot where the fairies were storing materials. As she laid her twigs down next to a house made of pebbles and clay, she reflected on what she had just seen. Evie decided that while humans didn't know about fairies, the fairies most certainly knew about humans. And they knew how to get into their world too. The fairy with teal wings looked up at Evie as though they knew what she was thinking, and gave her a cheeky grin. Then the fairy tugged on a bit of glittering white string that Evie hadn't noticed before and began to wrap it around the twigs. As the fairy worked, the glitter on the string grew brighter and brighter. It looked as though tiny sunbeams were being woven into the string itself. Evie watched in amazement as the string began to meld the twigs together. Soon, she couldn't see the string at all. From where she stood, it looked like the twigs were being held together by nothing at all. It was like magic. For the next few hours, Evie continued to help the teal fairy. She collected things from the woods, such as acorns, leaves, conkers, more twigs, and even tiny stones. She then sat and watched the fairy shape these materials into different things. The fairy broke the stones apart and turned them into a table and chairs, and then created curtains out of leaves. They even scooped out the insides of conkers to make bowls. By the time the clock struck 4, the house had been completed, and Evie's work was done. She'd had a wonderful afternoon, but she was ready to go home now. Marigold seemed to know this. She fluttered over to wish Evie goodbye. Any reservations Marigold might have had about Evie had long disappeared. She had seen how Evie had kindly helped the fairies all afternoon. Marigold led Evie back to the cobblestone path. Just as they were saying goodbye, she touched Evie's cheek and asked her to open her hand. A fairy with purple wings fluttered over and dropped something into Evie's open palm. But Evie didn't look just yet. She closed her hands around the gift. And then, after a final glance at the magical world of the fairies, she turned and walked away, back through the woods. Evie waited until she'd walked all the way home. Then, just as she was about to open her front door, she decided that she was too curious to wait any longer. At last, she opened her hand and looked at the gift the fairies had given her. It was just a simple twig, but inscribed in glittering gold were the words, Honorary Guardian Fairy. Evie clutched the twig tightly and smiled. She kept it in her hand all day, only putting it down when the evening came and it was time for her to get ready for bed. But after she had showered and changed into her pajamas, she picked up the twig once more and put it under her pillow. And as she stared up at the moon, her eyes growing heavy with tiredness, she made a wish. She wished to return to the forest and the place filled with fairies. Then she got settled in bed and closed her eyes. She was so tired that she soon fell fast asleep. That night, Evie dreamed of glitter and of stones being turned into tiny furniture. As she slept, the twig under her pillow glowed, and somehow, even in her sleep, Evie knew that she would see the fairies once again.